Two great sides going head-to-head in what's sure to be an exciting fixture. Join us for all the action coming up next.
Well, conditions really couldn't be any better here tonight. A very warm welcome to you on this fine evening. I'm Guy Mowbray, and alongside me for commentary is Sue Smith. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. Your thoughts on this game then, Sue?
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Here's the Roma team sheet. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in the centre-back positions. Brian Cristante plays alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield, and they're playing with two strikers in attack. Now there could be a real chance developing. And that was not a good effort, nor a good choice.
Oh, that's a poor attempt, that. He had other options, and you can see his teammates are frustrated with him for attempting that.
Martins. Ayoub El Kaabi. Making decent progress here. Well, he went for power and got plenty of it, but it's whistled over the bar. Cristante. Guadio Manu Kone. Leandro Paredes. This is who I've been looking forward to seeing most today. Are we going to see him play a prominent role here, Sue?
Yeah,
and that's a penalty, and with it, the chance to go in front. This for 1-0, and it's in. A show of composure from 12 yards out. Heze. Chiquinho. Carmo. Santiago Heze. Ayoub El Kaabi. Heze. Promising looking attack, this. Options available in the middle. And it was made easy for the goalkeeper.
He's got to do better there. It's such a simple save from the goalie, isn't it?
Leandro Paredes. Brian Cristante. That set up the chance. Crucial defending. Some good work to win it there. They're being afforded too much space here. It's a pretty poor error, to be honest. Didn't have to do that. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Francisco Ortega. Martins. El Kaabi. Working hard to win it back there. Paredes. Guadio Manu Kone. Now Leandro Paredes. Oh, a great chance. Going for the blast on goal there, but accuracy has been sacrificed for power. Chiquinho. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Celik. Making good progress here. And they've squandered possession too easily. Zeki Celik. Now Leandro Paredes. Ryan Cristante. It's nicely stopped and held by the keeper. Martins. Francisco Ortega. Heze. An attack of genuine promise now. And that's pretty straightforward for the keeper. Ryan Cristante. Celik. And that'll do it. And there's the restart. Off we go again. Chiquinho. Santiago Heze. Ortega. Heze. Moving the ball well in search of the equaliser. Decent looking attack this. Santiago Heze. Takes it on. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. It's been delivered. Well, maybe he was distracted, but that's a miss.
Well, it's nowhere near in the end, but praise has to go to how well they defend this. Just don't give him time to set himself.
Leandro Paredes. Kone. Found nicely and in. Another goal, and it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Heze. Martins. Santiago Heze. Chiquinho. Francisco Ortega. Promising position this, but they can't go any further here, offside. Celik. Angelino. Now Leandro Paredes. Ryan Cristante. Moving it forward with purpose, something on maybe. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Chiquinho. This could be threatening. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? And the flag has gone up.
Well, he's got to play the ball quicker for me. You can only hold your run for so long.
Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? And not this time, it's been saved.
He's certainly looked lively, hasn't he? And you can see that he wants that second goal, but it's a good save from the keeper.
Francisco Ortega. The chance now for a quick transition. Having a look, off the upright. And That's not a bad save at all.
Well, that was so close, wasn't it? And you just feel if that had gone in, might have given them a little bit of momentum for the rest of the game. It's unlucky that.
Well, they can't let it affect them. Mind's back on the job. They've given it away here. Chiquinho. Celik. Angelino. And able to come away with the ball. Chiquinho. Has the space to whip it in here. Pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Fantastic looking ball. Oh, that was risky, but they've got away with it. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Celik. Approaching the last whistle here, and the hosts have really been on it. This will get a great reaction from the fans.
Yeah, they've been the better side and thoroughly deserve to win. The way they keep the ball is great to watch, and some of the chances they create, they're exceptional. Really good all-round performance.
Across the dead ball line for a corner. Back off the bar. That hasn't got far.
Well, they have been excellent today, and they deserved another goal there, but they'll reflect on what's been a great result and performance at the end of the game, I'm sure.
Might they be left to rue that one not going in? Oh, worth a shot. Went for it, but not a lot going for it. It's a miss of some margin. Leandro Paredes. Paredes. There's room to do something here. Only half the job done there. And that is the final.
Days of anticipation have led up to this, an occasion worthy of a packed stadium. Don't miss a second. Stay with us for every minute of the action.
A warm welcome to Old Trafford. Joining me, Guy Mowbray, for commentary will be Sue Smith. And we should have a cracking contest here. It's Manchester United, and they take on Roma.
Well, thanks, Guy. It's great to be here. I think it's going to be a really good game today. Both teams will be well up for it, so hopefully we're in for a treat.
Here's how Manchester United line up. Andre Onana is in goal. Harry Maguire plays alongside Matthijs de Ligt in central defence. And they're playing with just one up front. Here's the Roma team sheet. Evan Ndicka plays alongside Gianluca Mancini as the centre-backs. Brian Cristante plays alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And they're going with two men leading the line. Paredes. And a good tackle results in a throw-in. Cristante. Picked out nicely to take the lead. Oh, it's in! An early opener to get the game going. Matthijs de Ligt. Christian Eriksen. Now de Ligt. Well, he's found touchline, not teammate. That's unfortunate. In the right position to cut out the pass. Eriksen. Ugarte. Fernandez. Cristante. Angelino. Quadio Manukone. Shomurodov. Could be a chance! But it's a tame try, or at least that's how the goalkeeper's made it appear. Untidy in possession there. Making decent progress here. And that has stopped any potential danger. Eldor Shomurodov. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Paredes. Now there might be a chance if they keep it moving. And that's two for him today. A superb performance. They can't contain him. Nusayr Mazraoui. Fernandez.
This is a message for
Christian Eriksen.
Supporters. Can you please remain
onto de Ligt.
After the game, and your coach will meet you at the turnstile. Thank you.
Ugarte. Fernandez. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. That wasn't an easy one to keep in play. United recovering possession well. Fernandez. Could turn out to be a really good ball. They've given it away here. Celik. He's drifting into a useful position here. Well, ambitious effort. Well, that really was from too far out to test the keeper in any way. It's more than comfortable for the man in goal. Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes. Could get it over now. And the defence tidies up nicely. Struggling to keep the ball there. Celik. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Players waiting in the centre. And away it goes. Good vision. They can't miss those. Not now.
No, they really can't, Guy. He's got to be clinical there and put it away. When you're 2 goals down, you can't miss a chance like that.
Celik. Cristante. And that will do it. Away we go then for the second half, with United needing to be much, much better from here on in. De Ligt. And that's a really good pick out. Christian Eriksen. Ugarte. A little sloppy on the ball there. Guadio Manu Kone. Leandro Paredes. Paredes. Super try, and almost a super goal.
It was, and it's a difficult technique, and he just makes it look easy. Great body position, nice hit, just unlucky that he can't finish.
Manuel Ugarte. There could be something building for United now. Goes for goal! And they've got it back now. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. Well, he's produced a masterful performance up to this point. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance. Clearly the difference between the two sides. He's causing that back line so many problems. He'll no doubt be desperate to score a hat-trick now, though.
Good ball in behind. Great defending. And able to come away with the ball. Cristante. Oh, good ball in behind. And that will ease any defensive worry. Cristante. Decent looking attack, this. Fernandes. This looks promising from United. Nicely played through. And that's a frustrating call for them. Mightily close.
Well, I thought he was in there. It looked like he timed his run well, but the flag's up. He'll be so disappointed because that's really unlucky.
It's offside, and that will be that. This is promising, but they now need to make it count. From a long way out. United with the ball again. And it's stopped straight away. Christian Eriksen. Nusayr Mazraoui. Untidy in possession there. Shomurodov. Angelino. Some good work to win it there. Ugarte. Fernandez. Manuel Ugarte. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? And the ball is claimed. Secure goalkeeping there. Paredes. Brian Cristante. That's not a bad-looking ball. It's cleared, and they can breathe easier. Fernandez. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. Fernandez, gone for the early ball in. Well, it was looking good, but there it's ended. Paredes. Now, this has to be. Crucial defending. Fernandez. Angelino. Read the pass well and cuts it out. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. And that is the final.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. I'm Derek Ray, and I'm joined here on the gantry for commentary by Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. How do you see it panning out, Stuart?
Well, I'm excited by this encounter today. Both teams have a good game plan, both teams can be physical, and both teams have creative players. It could be a case of who wants it more.
The initial 11 today for the hosts.
Well, I think they have a nice balance to their team. A solid back four, two holding midfielders, three creative players in advance of them, and a mobile centre-forward. It's a good team.
Well, Manchester United have chosen this particular shape. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Harry Maguire plays with Noussair Mazraoui in the fullback positions. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. How about the cross? They do pass the ball with authority. Ortega. The attack continues. They're making considerable progress. Has a go. It could be up for grabs. Oh, it comes to nothing in the end. Really should have made more of that. Christian Eriksen now. And intercepting it. Carmo. Here's Gelson Martins. Manuel Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes. Will he play it in? And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Superb effort to keep it in. El Kadi. And in possession, Chiquinho. What can they do from here? Gives it a go! Just fractionally wide. Good strike. Mazraoui. Christian Eriksen now, and he's in the clear. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. United come away with it. Christian Eriksen now. Bruno Fernandes has it. Couldn't outwit the keeper. Let's see about the delivery. No nonsense clearance. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it? Christian Eriksen now. Well, it's all about passing as they try to hit the front. Chiquinho. Ortega on the ball. Gelson Martins. United have it once again. Read it superbly to take back possession. Beautifully weighted ball. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. Chiquinho. Manchester United recovering possession well. Well, they're moving it around with real purpose here. And the danger is averted. Well, again, it breaks down for them. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Eriksson. And it's in for Manchester United. They are on a victory course. Chiquinho. In possession, Panayotis Retsos. Nicely cut out. Manuel Ugarte. Now a decent position. And with that... Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Chiquinho. Now, who can he play it to? Chiquinho. Tremendous block. Distributing it well. Good work to regain possession. Gelson Martins. Chiquinho. El Kabi. Now what can they do from here? Giving it a try. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say.
Well, that would have made it interesting, but the keeper has done brilliantly there.
And keeping the ball out of their own net can lift confidence throughout the side. Can he take the chance? And able to get a body in the way. Gelson Martins. Well, it's a tall order as they try to pull one back, but the passing game might help. An effective challenge. Ayoub El Kabi. They had to react, and did. Højlund. Options in the centre. Disappointing for the players of the centre that it didn't reach them. And snuffing out the danger. Could be threatening. The fans are shouting, shoot! And he takes on the shot. Still a chance. Terrific block. Really getting stuck in. Chiquinho. Chance to play it in. So deflection, and it will be a throw-in. 20 minutes to go. Let's fly here. Oh, from miles out, he's done it. How about that for a pure strike? Terrific technique. Wondrous. Mazraoui. Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. Bruno Fernandes has it. Højlund. Encouraging stuff from United. A chance to whip it in. Moves it away.
Well, these fans are right behind the team here. Can they get the equaliser, though?
They've got to be really mindful of the time situation, attacking though they might be. Well, they keep working away, looking for an opening. Well, that was a very fine read. It's a perfect challenge. Højlund. Can he make it count?
Well, I think the fans are doing everything they can to get their team back into this. But can they find that moment of inspiration and get an equaliser?
Gives it a go. Oh, a goal! An equaliser in the closing stages. Lucer Mazraoui. Manuel Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. Bruno Fernandes has it. Still level here, but Manchester United making a push near the end. Can he put them in front? No is the answer to the question, and that could be so important at this stage.
Well, will they get another chance? That would surely have won the game for them.
And there's the win.
teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming.
A warm welcome to you and thanks for joining us for another game live on EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Sue Smith, and we should have a cracking contest here. Your thoughts on this game then, Sue?
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Here's the Roma team sheet. Evan Ndika plays alongside Gianluca Mancini as the centre-backs. Brian Cristante plays alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And they've decided to go with two in attack for this game. Passing and the movement is good here. And he tried to put that just where he wanted it. And that's not where it's ended up. Heze. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? Now it needs a good ball in. Nicely sets it up. And he saw that coming. Excellent work. Kone. Stante. This is who I've been looking forward to seeing most today. Are we going to see him play a prominent role here, Sue?
Well, I love the way he plays. He makes the game look easy.
And it's not far away. It deserved a goal.
It did, and he makes it look so easy, and it's not. It's a great technique. Catches it nice, but he just can't quite find the target.
There's good width to this attack now. Brilliant. More of that, please. Oh, it's a superb reaction to win the ball this time. A move of real promise now. And he's got behind it. Untidy in possession there. Promising position, this. Making decent progress here. Great chance here. Well, what an opportunity that was.
Oh, it should be 1-0 up, Guy. You can see how frustrated he is with himself.
Paredes. Leandro Paredes. Oh, that's how to win the ball. Santiago Heze. El Khabi. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. An attack of genuine promise developing. Leandro Paredes. This could be dangerous. Now Leandro Paredes. Oh, worth a shot. And unable to retain possession. Chiquinho. Ayoub El Khabi. A little sloppy on the ball there. Paredes. Forward progress continues. Might have got in there, well cut out. A terrific tackle. The chance has gone.
Now listen to the noise. The fans are adamant that that was a penalty and it wasn't given.
Santiago Heze. Good work to regain possession. Ryan Cristante. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. And it's opened up! Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. Gelson Martins. Put into the middle. And that one is got away. And that whistle. So we're underway again with the sides all square. Ryan Cristante. Zeki Celik. Now Leandro Paredes. On to Angelino. Ryan Cristante. Paredes. That set up the chance. And wide it goes. A miss by a small margin. Chiquinho. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Celik. Still all square. Can they make this pressure count? Can he finish? And the shot thwarted. Switched on and ready to intercept that. Well, he hasn't really been able to put his stamp on the game to this point. There's not been a great deal to admire.
Yeah, he's not been involved enough for me, not seen enough for the ball. I think if they're to kick on in the second half, it's key that they get the ball into his feet just that little bit quicker.
Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Leandro Paredes. Real opportunity. There it is. That's the breakthrough. And fully deserved, you have to say. Chiquinho. There's a sense of real urgency to this attack. Heze. It's on for the shot! Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Angelino. Evan Ndika. Ryan Cristante. Ortega. There's a chance for the breakaway here. Space now to get a crossover. They have to get back at pace. And ready for it coming his way. Paredes. Brian Cristante. Cristante. Paredes. And he'll have a go here. The ball taken away from them. El Khabi. Heze. Now a sense that something could happen from this. Oh, a chance here. Well, I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. And the ball comes in. Only half the job done there. Well, that's hugely frustrating for the coach and the players. Good vision to switch the play. Celik. Brian Cristante. He'll take this on. Well, really confident to take the shot on from there. It wasn't that far away.
Well, he's had a look where the keeper was. There's no pressure on the ball and thought, why not? I'll have a go. That was close.
Could be something on. And a great stop to turn the ball away. Cristante. Now Leandro Paredes. Guadio Manucone. Could be something happening for them now. Oh, just wide. And he's really picked his spot there too. Chiquinho. Ortega. Gelson Martins. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Brian Cristante. Oh, good strike! And they're still just about in it thanks to that stop.
Oh, it could have been game over, but he produced a top save at an important time. Fantastic work from him. Well, as soon as they won the ball back, there was an almighty roar. The fans are trying to push the team forward and get an equaliser.
Not long to go, but there could be something happening for them now. Has the space to whip it in here. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. So that will do it for today, and it's the visit.
The game the fans have been waiting impatiently for. Now it's almost here, and both teams know they had better be ready as soon as the referee's whistle sounds. A fabulous prospect. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me as usual is Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. What might we see today, Stuart?
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
And here's the Roma starting 11. Evan Ndika plays alongside Gianluca Mancini in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And the tactical configuration has two players in attack from the very outset. This is the team Manchester United will go with. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Nusair Mazraoui plays alongside Harry Maguire in central defence. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Rasmus Højlund. Crucial piece of defending. Paredes. And now with Angelino. That's a good pass. He got a good palm on it. Oh, magnificent save!
Well, he's just pulled off a great save there. What reaction from the goalkeeper that was.
Bruno Fernandes has it. Eriksson lost possession. Paredes. United might be able to cash in. And foiled only by the crossbar. But it just petered out.
Well, United were so close to taking the lead there. But if they keep making chances, it's surely only a matter of time before they do.
Well, a game of such fine margins, but let's see if they can create another opportunity. Throw in to Manchester United. And he takes on the shot. And a fine stop. Guadio Kone. Here's Cristante. Given away by Christian Eriksen. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. And a shot from some way out. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. And the corner's been given. Not away completely. Celik. That's a good-looking shot. Oh, good work by the keeper. Delivering it. And it's played into the centre. A smart stop here. They'll repeat the trick. Corner again. Well, not cleared away completely. Well, that's a sad end to the attack. Manuel Ugarte. Now De Ligt. Very effective passing sequence. Ugarte. It's a fine United move in the making. A fine reading of the situation. Brian Cristante. Roma struggling to keep hold of it. Højlund. Could be dangerous. Very quick thinking there. Devils have lost the ball. Superbly read and executed. Paredes. It's with Paredes. And the challenge, crisp and clean. Rasmus Højlund. Now a decent position. Pulls it back. Oh, a goalkeeper inspired.
Yeah, that's a great save. Really good reaction from the keeper.
And the danger is still there. Oh, great vision. Well, he took care of it defensively. Mehmet Zeki Çelik. Well, we know they can pass the ball better than this. Rasmus Højlund. Fernandes. He's blocked it. Brian Cristante. Into the second half then, and these two sides are locked together. Just can't really choose between them at the moment. Mehmet Zeki Çelik. Ndika. Angelino. Here's Cristante. Paredes. And United have it back. Rasmus Højlund. A super tackle and they've won possession. Manuel Ugarte. Crossing possibilities. And denied by the crossbar.
Yeah, he does really well to get to the ball first, but he just couldn't keep it down. But it was close.
Brian Cristante. Eldor Shomurodov. And a long way out here. Oh, the keeper made it look routine. It was anything but. With the game level, let's see what they can do with this corner. Dangerous ball. He succeeds in clearing it.
Well, those stats tell you what a good game this has been. We've seen a lot of good attacking play, plenty of goal-mouth action, and all done at a high tempo. It's been very entertaining so far.
Brian Cristante. So half an hour remaining. Here's Cristante. Not made it look routine, but read it well. And defensive play to be applauded. Brian Cristante. Nice looking pass. Opportunity to deliver the cross. And a textbook interception. Christian Eriksen now. Showing real patience. Can they forge ahead? Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass, finally. Sadio Kone. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Excellent defending. Ugarte. Rasmus Højlund. Good work from Roma to win the ball back. Brian Cristante. And now with Angelino. Able to skip past his man. Paredes. On to Cristante. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Ugarte. More than decent this from United. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Paredes. Real chance. And a goal! Just when we wondered if this might finish 0-0. There it is. They're in front. Mazraoui. Bruno Fernandes has it. Manuel Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. The clock is against Manchester United here, but their dreams remain alive. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. And support available. That's a lovely ball. Now the keeper completely untroubled. Ugarte. Well, in the closing stages, and Stuart, it's going Roma's way.
Yeah, just about edging it overall. It's been a really tight game, hasn't it? Chances at a premium, and you have to praise their defending in that regard. Just got to see out the final few minutes now. No silly mistakes at the back.
What a save! Angelino. Effective challenge. Brian Cristante. Oh, great vision. Maybe breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. Rasmus Højlund. And there goes the final.
What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments from kickoff. All the action coming live.
We're at the magnificent venue that is Old Trafford, Manchester. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. How do you see this one going, Sue?
Thanks, Guy. Well, being in and around the ground before kick-off, the fans are buzzing. They can't wait for this game, so hopefully it's a fast-paced, entertaining match.
Here's how Manchester United line up. Andre Onana is in goal. Nusayr Mazraoui plays alongside Harry Maguire as the centre-backs, and they go with a single striker leading the line. This is how the visitors start the game.
Well, it does look to be a 3-4-2-1, and the flexibility in this will be provided by the wing-backs. The two midfielders can help in both defence and attack, and they'll look to dominate that midfield battle.
United with the ball again. Manuel Ugarte. Decent looking attack this. He'll take this on, but it's travelled straight into the goalkeeper's gloves. And they must keep the ball a little bit better. Promising looking attack this. Now, can he get the cross in? The first blow of the day struck early. 1-0. De Ligt. Eriksson. Fernandez. A little careless there as the ball changes hands.
This is a message for away supporters. At full time, can you please remain where you are, and your coach will meet you.
And the forward progress continues. Eriksson. Manuel Ugarte. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Chiquinho. Santiago Heze. And this is a positive-looking move. Some good work to win it there. Could get it over now. And that's not properly away yet. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved.
Well, what a save that was, and it really had to be made, didn't it? Just to keep this game competitive. I'm sure they'll kick on from here now.
Manuel Ugarte. Christian Eriksen. Must have switched off there as the ball is lost. Santiago Heze. Promising looking ball. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Bruno Fernandes. Oh, could be a chance here. Eriksson. Nicely played through. Well, it did look promising, but the flag is raised. Offside the call.
Well, he's just a little too eager, isn't he? It's all well and good playing on the shoulder, but he just needs to bend his run here.
United recovering possession well. Promising looking attack from United. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Gelson Martins. Christian Eriksen. Fernandez. Firm in the challenge, but more defending to do from the corner.
Well, the crowd are doing...
And the keeper has done really well to keep the header out. And that's gone out for another one. Corner again. More defensive work to do here. And that hasn't come to anything.
Well, as you can see, United are controlling possession over the last 15 minutes or so. And they're not just keeping possession well, they're creating opportunities too. And you can see that they do believe that this equaliser is coming.
Good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? And that brings the first. And the second half is underway, with Manchester United having work to do. Bruno Fernandes. Ugarte. Fernandes. A little sloppy on the ball there. Ugarte. Fernandes. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Ayoub El-Kabi. Lovely weighted pass. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Santiago Heze. Chiquinho. That set up the chance. No need to worry about that effort for the keeper. Well, he's made his mark on the game, proving particularly hard to play against. He's causing problems.
Yeah, he's played well and the goal will be the standout moment, but I've been so impressed with his work rate too. I'm sure he'll want to keep that intensity up in the second half.
And he'll take this on. Very well kept out, alert and ready. Santiago Heze. Chiquinho. Bit sloppy in possession. He's got behind it! Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Eriksen. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Well, they could get caught out on the break here. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Could take things forward a notch here. Eriksen having a look, and a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. Martins. Santiago Heze. Switched on and ready to intercept that. Manuel Ugarte. Good work to recover possession. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. There's a chance for them to go now. And this could be. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop.
Well, they've come so close to equalising, haven't they? Just need to keep putting the pressure on, and I'm sure they'll get the goal that they fully deserve.
They need to find a way to that late leveller, and this could be it. Played through nicely. Good work to regain possession.
Well, as soon as they won the ball back, there was an almighty roar. The fans are trying to push the team forward and get an equaliser.
Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? On he goes. Terrific. Oh, he's given it away. Having a try. Ugarte. Ball taken away from them. Christian Eriksen. Fernandez. Manuel Ugarte. Now a sense that a late equaliser could be on the cards. It could be. And that's brilliant. A vital save.
Well, I thought we were going to see some late drama there, but the keeper had other ideas. It's a great save, and you think they'll now go on to get the result.
Chiquinho. So full time here, and
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. It's very much a temple of football, the Santiago Bernabeu, right here in the Spanish capital, Madrid. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Real Madrid against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy starts with Lucas Vazquez in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Aurélien Tchouameni in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappé. And the PSG team looks like this. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Nuno Mendes plays with Achraf Hakimi in the fullback positions. Vitor Pereira starts alongside Fabian in central midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Ousmane Dembélé. Fabian. Good pick out a teammate. Spot on with that tackle. Aurélien Tchouameni is with Vinicius Junior. Well, you can probably see why we're focusing on this fellow as one to watch. Stuart, in particular, what do you expect to see from him?
Well, while he's a very good player, his biggest attribute is his shooting from set plays. He really does pose a threat with his free kicks.
Hakimi. And a goal to give them the lead. They have their reward. Valverde. On the ball, Rudiger. Lucas Vazquez. Federico Valverde. Mendy has it. Valverde. Keeping the ball moving. Options in the middle. Well, it didn't happen for them in attack. Vitor Pereira. And Fabian. And the shot. Oh, a powerful effort. Close. Bellingham. Lucas Vazquez. Oh, that's an interesting pass. This could be the equaliser. But oh, what an important save. How about that?
Well, at least he hit the target, but he should really beat the keeper from there. They should be level now.
Hakimi. Has a go. And the keeper more than equal to the task. On the corner for Paris Saint-Germain. What can they do with it? Oh, great header. Smart stop, though. And dealt with it nicely. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Federico Valverde. And Bellingham. looking for space. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. Hakimi. Dembele on the ball. Well, using the space really well. But now can they push on? Having a shoot. He got a good palm on it. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Mbappe. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. Real Madrid couldn't maintain possession. Fruitful looking attack. The ball with Lucas Vázquez. Effective challenge. Rodrigo. Firing it in. And fine goalkeeping. Hakimi. Attacking possibilities for PSG. And a good-looking ball. Well, there's a time and a place for finesse. Maybe that was neither the time nor the place. Bellingham. And the first half is in the history books here. Well, it's advantage PSG after the first 45, but a long way from being decided. Still, there is work to do. Dembele. Here's Fabian. Dembele on the ball. Now, who can he play it to? Pretty clear who got the last touch, so it will be a corner. Clearance wasn't decisive. Lacking a distinct sense of rhythm at the moment. Lucas Vázquez. Tchouaméni and Valverde. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Well, he's going to be disappointed with that pass. Nuno Mendes. Here's Fabian. Hakimi. And defending as a unit. Lucas Vázquez. Teammates available. Rodrigo. Can they open things up? And a chance to whip it in here. Vázquez. Now with Valverde. Vinicius Junior. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. And over comes the corner. Sound piece of defending. Aimed towards Mbappe. Well, nothing untoward happened. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Is it going to be? Still a chance. Oh, what an astonishing goal! One for the archives. Remember where you were when it happened. Unforgettable. Rudiger. Mendy has it. Tchouaméni. And Bellingham. Bellingham. The ball with Lucas Vázquez. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Attacking possibilities for Real. Oh, this is looking promising. Really good build-up, but no end product. And great work to confuse the defender. Hakimi. And he's hit it with authority. And he's done well to tip it over the bar. Dembele tasked with taking the corner. Could still be dangerous. Looking dangerous here. Looks as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Federico Valverde. The ball with Lucas Vázquez. A quarter of an hour remaining here. Dembele. PSG looking dangerous. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Federico Valverde. The ball with Lucas Vázquez. Stuffing out the danger. Nuno Mendes. And Fabian Pereira. A chance to whip it in. There's the cutback. Corner given to PSG. Clearance needed to be better. In it goes to rubber stamp it once and for all. Rudiger. Now with Bellingham. Federico Valverde. Rudiger. Here's Valverde. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Vázquez. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Vitor Pereira. Delightful pass. But the try, well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
Well, the stoppage time situation, 1 minute here. Oh, just mistimed his run, and the flag going up. So full time it is.
Now it's for real. The tactics and squad strips have all been analysed by committed fans and neutral observers. A confrontation that all football lovers will revel in, knowing that we might be about to witness a simply unmissable occasion.
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray. Alongside me is the former England striker Sue Smith. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Arsenal and they take on Real Madrid.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
This is how Arsenal line up. Martin Ødegaard plays alongside Thomas Partey in the middle of the park, and they'll play with a lone striker up front. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vazquez as fullbacks. Federico Valverde plays alongside Aurelien Tchouameni in midfield. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. Could be a chance! Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Vinicius Junior. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. Vinicius Junior! It is brilliant! It takes a very special player to score a goal as special as that. And it's back with Raya. Timber. On to Ødegaard. Saka. Declan Rice. Martinelli. Genuine chance. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing.
We've had a pair of keys handed into reception. Please can you go to
Rodrigo.
if you've lost your keys.
Federico Valverde. Having a try. Real Madrid come away with it. Tchouameni. Real moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Good cross into the middle. And still could be something happening here. And he's done really well to keep that out. And that's a corner. And maybe the chance to get their noses even further in front. Rodrigo. It's scrappy, it lacks flow. Someone has to take charge here. Lovely, incisive ball.
Well, he certainly showed his class there with that save. You'd expect him to score from there, but he comes from nowhere to keep that out.
Some good work to win it there. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Valverde. Federico Valverde. Good work from Arsenal to win back possession. Offside.
Well, I thought he timed his run perfectly here. Incredibly close, but just about the correct decision, I think.
Struggling to keep the ball there. Rice. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Lucas Vazquez. Now Bellingham. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Arsenal moving the ball well with real confidence. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Rice. Played to Martinelli. Promising looking ball. Well, that could have proved tricky, but it's safe now. Valverde. On to Bellingham. Arsenal regaining possession. Saka. Odegaard. Ferland Mendy. Aurelien Tchouameni. Vinicius Junior. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. And the attack is over. Good defending. That set up the chance. Martinelli. And it's cleared away from goal. Vasquez. Could take things forward a notch here. Odegaard. Oh, chance here. Oh, still in there. And that brings... And as the second half kicks off, Arsenal need to find a response. Jurrien Timber. Partey. Saka. On to Odegaard. Timber. Odegaard. Played to Martinelli. Rice. And that has stopped any potential danger. Out of play for a throw and maybe just a lapse in concentration. Vinicius Junior. Real exploiting the space on the flank. And he's having a go. And it didn't miss by much.
Oh, it didn't. That's close. And it's such a great opportunity to go further ahead.
Well read to gain possession. Arsenal trying to get things moving. Rice. Space now to get a crossover. It's cleared, and they can breathe easier. One player who's looked pretty good in what we've seen in the first half is Vinicius Junior. Plenty to admire.
Well, it was certainly a good 45 minutes. Obviously got the goal to put them in front, but he's looked lively throughout too. Hopefully see a little bit more of that in the second half.
Rodrigo. Having a try. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Gabriel Martinelli. Lost it there, and the attack is over. Saka. Jurrien Timber. Still behind, but this is looking promising. And denied by a top-draw tackle. Vinicius Junior. On to Mendy. Tchouameni. Real pushing forward with options available. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Saka. Played into the penalty area. And what could have been cheers turned into groans. Functional rather than fancy needed next time. Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. From a long way out. Well, really confident to take the shot on from there. It wasn't that far away.
Well, he's had a look where the keeper was. There's no pressure on the ball and thought, why not? I'll have a go. That was close.
Aurelian Tchouameni. On to Mendy. Real Madrid trying to get things moving. Mbappe. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Saka. The defence knew what was coming. Fell on Mendy. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. They'll have a go here. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. Gabriel Martinelli. A really good interception to take the ball. Really good pass. And that is one heck of a hit. It's flown past the keeper. Federico Valverde. Now Tchouameni. On to Bellingham. Tchouameni. Bellingham. Now Vasquez. Tchouameni. On to Mendy. Leandro Trossard. There could be a chance to win the game here. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Federico Valverde. On to Mendy. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Vasquez. Oh, it was a why-not moment, that. And he wasn't far away.
Well, he's certainly full of confidence to attempt a shot from there, and it's really close to going in.
Thomas Partey. Saka. And he'll have a go here. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. And the referee's whistle. The excitement of extra time begins. That will do it for the first half.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. And good evening to you from the Parc des Princes here in the French capital, Paris, the venue for tonight's action. My name is Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board to provide all the analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Paris Saint-Germain versus Arsenal.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And here is the initial 11 for Paris Saint-Germain. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts with Fabian in the centre of midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Ousmane Dembélé. Fabian. Firing it towards goal! Well, the goalkeeper's life wasn't made quite as difficult as might have been the case. Arsenal couldn't keep the ball. And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. Declan Rice starts alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Corner awarded to PSG. Might still be problematic. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Gabriel Martinelli. Declan Rice. They've lost possession here, Arsenal. Hakimi. Now what can they do from here? And going for goal! Well, he hit it with authority. Close. Trossard. A really good pass. Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Room to roam for PSG on the wing. Vitor Ferreira. Ferreira. Dembélé. Determined defending. Martinelli. And here's Saka. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Hakimi. Dembélé on the ball. And PSG couldn't hang on to it. Jurrien Timber. It's with Ødegaard. Saka. Must be. And that's a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Short corner favoured. Rice. The delivery towards the back post. It wasn't quite as good as it looked when it left the boot. Top class defending. Martin Ødegaard trying to open them up. And it's gone in for Arsenal. Will they be stopped from this position? Hakimi. Vitor Ferreira. Dembélé. Here's Fabian. Nuno Mendes. Ferreira. Now what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? Well, disappointing end to the move. Good looking sequence. Textbook closing down, and now they're on the attack. Fabian. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Saka. And players waiting in the centre. Under pressure, can he finish? Dembele. Effective work from Arsenal to regain possession. Oh, lovely ball. Saka. Rice. Let's fly here. Oh, he really bruised the crossbar. And that puts him in position. Marquinhos with the block. And over it comes. Well, plenty of power there, but in fairness, should have made the keeper work. Fabian. Nuno Mendes. Just the challenge that was required. Saka. Martinelli. And that is that for the... Well, back underway, and Paris Saint-Germain facing an uphill climb after the events of the first half. Ferreira. Here's Fabian. Hakimi. Marquinhos. And Fabian. Dembele. Nuno Mendes. Fabian. And he has options available. That didn't go to plan in the end. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Trossard. And a long way out. And still danger here. Partey. Now with Odegaard. No way through. Dembele. Now with Hakimi. Oh, he's given the ball away. And PSG pushing forward with options available. Takes the shot. Excellent block.
Well, could this be the turning point? The fans are certainly hoping so.
Clearance needed to be better. Now, can they hit them on the counter? Saka. It's with Odegaard. Vigorous defending. Can he find the net? And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Trying to deliver it accurately. And holding on to it at the second time of asking.
Well, those stats don't lie. It's been all Arsenal so far, and it seems only a matter of time before they do get another one.
Dembele. Now PSG moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Trying to open up the defence. Just needs to stay calm. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Dembele. Dembele. It's looking promising. It's a fierce effort. Oh, yes! He's going to be proud of that moment. What purity of strike. Caught it absolutely perfectly. Well, the ball is moving. moving again. The push is on from Paris Saint-Germain. Can they come up with an equaliser? Bukayo Saka. Now in possession, Trossard. Gabriel Martinelli. Jakub Kiwior. Jurriën Timber. 20 minutes to go in this one. And nicely struck. Well, it ended up being easier for the goalkeeper in the end.
Well, if these PSG players aren't inspired now, they never will be. These fans have been brilliant.
Vitor Pereira. Now with Hakimi. And green space galore for PSG. Well, disappointing end to the move. Martinelli. Long-range effort. Well, the keeper had to think about it for a moment, but too high. Pereira. Dembele. Now with Hakimi, using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. And teammates around him. And hit with ferocity! Oh, what an astonishing goal! Almost from a different postal code. That was as clean as a whistle. You cannot strike them any better than that. Ten minutes to go. Hakimi. Dembele on the ball. Well, nothing productive, really. Trossard. Just have to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. Dembele. You certainly can't fault them for trying as they keep the pressure on.
Well, that was a decent effort, and you just sense the goals coming here.
Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. But he could run onto it here. Half-hearted clearance. Hakimi. Hakimi, long way out. Oh, really commanding goalkeeping. And the corner played over by Dembele. It might still be problematic. What to like about that pass? Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Full time and just the start.
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
Welcome to an iconic stadium in football and in rugby. It's the Parc des Princes in Paris. My name's Guy Mowbray. Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Paris Saint-Germain, and they take on Real Madrid.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Here's how PSG line up. Gianluigi Donnarumma is in goal. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback roles. Vitinha plays alongside Fabian in the middle of the park, and they're playing with just one up front. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide positions. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. Now to deliver a good ball in. That has stopped any potential danger. Valverde. Space out wide for Real. Aurelien Tchouameni. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Well, it's no surprise to see who we focused on as our player to watch in this game. You would presume that he'd play a really big part.
Well, I love the way he plays. He makes the game look easy. His first touch, his dribbling ability, the way he sees a pass, and then he executes it. He's got to be one of the best in his position.
Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Bellingham. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Could be dangerous. And denied by a top draw tackle. Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia. A chance to cross here. Federico Valverde. And unable to retain possession. Ousmane Dembele. Vazquez. Now Tchouameni. Jude Bellingham. Played through nicely. Mbappe! Oh, it's a golden chance that's been missed.
Oh, he's got to be more composed in front of goal. It's a big chance missed to take the lead.
Vitinha. There could be something building for PSG here. Vitinha. Oh, chance here. Crucial defending. That's nice vision to switch things. Lucas Vazquez. Valverde. Valverde! They've gone in front! A key moment in the match. Dembele. This is Hakimi. Vitinha. Now Hakimi. Hakimi. Could get it over now. Federico Valverde. Tchouaméni. On to Valverde. This is a lovely position to be in, keeping the ball and the lead. This looks promising from PSG. Surely the equaliser. Excellent work in goal there, well saved. Jude Bellingham. Kylian Mbappe. Not long until the break, and PSG on score at least. Second best in this first half.
Yeah, it's been a close first half. A few things I'm sure they'll look to reflect on at half-time. Maybe a bit more movement off the ball and making sure they're first to those second balls. But they'll be positive they can get something from this.
Dembele. And that brings to a... Second half underway with PSG behind. Can they turn this game around? Hakimi. Vitinha. Achraf Hakimi. Vitinha. And they've got it back now. Aurelien Tchouaméni. Now Vasquez. That looks decent, making progress here. And delivered into the middle. Super try, and almost a super goal.
It was, and it's a difficult technique, and he just makes it look easy. Great body position, nice hit, just unlucky that he can't finish.
Achraf Hakimi. An excellent looking transition from PSG. Just waiting for the moment to break through. Fabian. And they've leveled it up. Nothing to split them once more. Antonio Rudiger. On to Bellingham. Aurelien Tchouaméni. Bellingham. Tchouaméni. Aurelien Tchouaméni. Valverde. Now Vasquez. Jude Bellingham. Good work from PSG to win back possession. Dembele. PSG pushing forward with options available. Could be a chance. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. Federico Valverde. There's a chance for the breakaway here. Looking to put the cross in. Vinicius Junior. And the attack is over. Good defending. Bellingham. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Here's the switch. Nice ball. Kvaratskhelia. Good work from Real Madrid to win the ball back. Bellingham. Aurelian Tchouameni. On to Bellingham. Tchouameni. On he goes, terrific. Rodrigo. It's in. And it's their game to lose from here. Mendy. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Fabian. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Players waiting in the centre. Dembele. Lovely weighted pass. Great defending. PSG trailing, but what can they do with this corner?
Well, the crowd is certainly trying to motivate the players to get the equaliser. This is a big chance.
Fabian. Dembele. And it's in! The goal to get us back to level pegging. All square once more. Is there to be more goals here? Ferland Mendy. Now Tchouameni. On to Bellingham. Federico Valverde. Mbappe. Jude Bellingham. On to Valverde. There could be a chance to win the game here. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Nuno Mendes. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? Fabian. And away. They've got it clear. Vinicius Junior. Now to deliver a good ball in. More defensive work to do here. And the referee's whistle.
building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. It's very much a temple of football, the Santiago Bernabeu, right here in the Spanish capital, Madrid. I'm Derek Ray, and I'm joined for expert analysis by Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Real Madrid up against Arsenal.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
Martinelli, it should be! And cleared away. Interception to snuff out the danger. And here's the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is the keeper of choice. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vazquez in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappe. And after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Martinelli. I'll tell you what, that is really top-class defending. And so the starting 11 for Arsenal. Martin Ødegaard plays with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And the
Derek, big moment here.
And a precise challenge just when it was required. Declan Rice. Big chance. Oh, a stellar piece of defending. Saka, and a goal! An early boost for them, the first goal of the game, they're off and running. Bellingham. Aurélien Tchouameni. And Valverde. Rudiger. Aurélien Tchouameni. Arsenal regaining possession. Gabriel Martinelli. Oh, he's gone for goal! Well, he gave it the big build-up, but he didn't quite deliver on his promise. Lucas Vazquez. Here's Mbappe. Really inventive stuff from Real here. And nicely struck. Every goalkeeper would expect to catch that one. Trossard. Ødegaard. And here's Saka. Corner to Arsenal. What can they do with this one? Rice. Crossed accurately towards the far post. And it's gone in for Arsenal. Will they be stopped from this position? Valverde. Rudiger has it. Mendy. Tchouameni. And Bellingham. Aurélien Tchouameni. Now with Bellingham. Tchouameni. Vinicius Junior. It did look on for them, but not to be. Rodrigo. Arsenal have possession again. Declan Rice. And options in the centre. gives it a go. And a goal to increase their advantage to 3. Can they be stopped? Mendy. Chouameni. And Bellingham. Aurelien Chouameni. And Valverde. Rudiger. Chouameni. Aurelien Chouameni. And Valverde. Vinicius Junior. And goes for goal! Well, not quite accurate enough, but it was a close thing. Martin Ødegaard. Martinelli. Rice with it. Trossard. Arsenal a bit wasteful in possession. Valverde. Kylian Mbappe. Beautiful pass. And Bellingham. There it is! A fantastic goal, and no wonder he's off celebrating. Back to Raya. Jakub Kiwior. Gabriel Martinelli. And that is that. So into the second half, and you can't really put it any other way. A huge gulf in quality between the sides in the first 45. Will we see a response from Real? Jude Bellingham. Aurelien Chouameni is with Vinicius Junior. Mendy. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Just had to keep his concentration to the maximum, and he did. Oh, nice ball over the top. And a long way out, and effectively parried away by the keeper.
Well, there it is. Arsenal have created chance after chance, and I just can't see that changing. They've been excellent here.
Rodrigo. Can he take the chance? Oh, really commanding goalkeeping. William Saliba. Partey. Martin Ødegaard. And promising stuff from Arsenal. But nothing comes of it. Mendy. Here's Valverde. Wilting under the pressure, and now they try to go forward. Always going to be the goalkeeper's ball. Timber. Good ball to switch the play. Bukayo Saka. Well, the counter chance looks very real. And they'll regard that as a very disappointing end to the move. Arsenal move it forward with purpose and control. A disappointing touch, and now a corner. Who's going to get on the end of it? And foiled only by the crossbar. Well, no end product.
Well, so close to extending their lead there. Just a matter of inches.
Meat and drink to a Belgian. Federico Valverde. Mbappe. Mbappe. Mendy has it. Chouameni. Rodrigo. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Counter-attacking, very much an option. This looks more than decent. Can they use their pace? Must be! And a goal! That's his brace! They just can't keep him quiet! Rudiger. And Valverde. Now with Bellingham. Aurelien Chouameni. Federico Valverde. Chouameni. Aurelien Chouameni. Here's Valverde. Mbappe. And defensive play to be applauded. Vinicius Junior took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Martinelli. They've lost possession here, Arsenal. Can he find the right pass? Martin Ødegaard. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Well, nearing the end of this game, Stuart, and not going to plan at all for Real Madrid, is it?
Well, this is certainly...
Oh, hang on, Stuart, it's a chance! Well, they pulled one back, but perhaps a bit too late in this contest. They haven't been at the races this evening. Kivior. Well, nothing like annoying your opponents when you have such an effective passing game. William Saliba. Rice with it. Urian Timber. Partey. Martinelli. Now able to close down the shot. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. So full time it is. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from... Good evening. Tonight the spotlight falls on North London. We find ourselves at the home of Arsenal. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary, and my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Arsenal against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And this is the Arsenal starting 11. Declan Rice starts with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Introducing the Paris Saint-Germain starters. Gianluigi Donnarumma begins in goal. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Ousmane Dembélé. Could be! And how about that for a save? To PSG. Oh, nice ball. Well, he was being pressed, but did his job. Dembélé. Possession one. Bukayo Saka. And Arsenal now find themselves in potentially a dangerous position. And let's give credit to the defending. This looks promising. Poor pass. That's a good pass. Oh, great defending. Hakimi. Dembélé on the ball. The PSG giving it away. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Martinelli. Cross-fired over. Missing the target by a tiny margin.
Well, it's a difficult skill to get right, but he almost pulled it off there. He made such good contact with the ball.
Space afforded PSG. And teammates to play it to. And that brings the attack to an end. Saka. Rice. Can they forge ahead? And there it is! But hang on, the flag has gone up and it's not going to count.
Well, it was a close call, but he is just offside. Good finish, mind you.
And the Parisians have lost possession. Hakimi. Now PSG moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Well, disappointing end to the move. Didn't have to work quite as hard as I thought he might initially. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Teammates available. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Martinelli. Nuno Mendes. And the defensive intervention there. Saka. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. And a good tackle. PSG looking dangerous. And he couldn't quite get himself back on side, Stuart.
Well, as a player, you need to be able to change your mind, but he wasn't able to, and that's a poor pass.
Moving the ball more than decently, but can they take the lead? Opportunity, and there it is! 1-0, their efforts have been rewarded, and look at the celebrations. Pereira. Fabian. Vitor Pereira. Now with Hakimi. And PSG pushing forward with options available. Succeeded in blocking it. And there it is. Second half underway, and Arsenal looking to build upon a largely positive first half performance. Timber. And here's Saliba. Partey. Martin Ødegaard. Well, PSG have it back now. And intercepting it. Dembele. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? And he takes on the shot. Strong hand on that one.
Well, Donnarumma has just kept his team in it there, and it may just give them the impetus they need. They certainly haven't been at their best so far.
Couldn't find a teammate. Throw in here. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, I'm sure the manager will be delighted with him. He'll have drilled it into them to keep their focus, keep playing through to the half-time whistle, and it's certainly put them in a good position to go on and win this now.
Fabian. It will be a Paris Saint-Germain free kick. Free kick from that position.
Well, how unlucky was that? Just look at his technique. He strikes it so well.
Declan Rice. And into the last 30 minutes now. It's a perfect challenge. Attacking possibilities for PSG. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Bodies forward and the break looks on. Well, it petered out. Options in the middle. Martinelli. Well, he was miles out. but still had the audacity to go for goal.
Yeah, as you said, a long way out, but what a good strike that was. He hit it so cleanly.
Vitor Ferreira. Dembele. Now what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Fired over by Ousmane Dembele. Well, not away properly. The crossbar got in the way. And they can't quite take advantage in the end.
Well, PSG won't come any closer than that. It really did look like being the equaliser. They were so unlucky there.
Plenty of support here. Opportunity it is. Well finished. Terrific piece of anticipation. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Hakimi. Good looking pass. A credit to him for the challenge, and the throw-in conceded. Nice looking move this. Can they convert? Oh my word, there's excellent timing for you. What a challenge. Now can they hit them on the counter? And it will be an Arsenal free kick. Rudiger. Able to close down the shot. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Distributing it well. Time is against PSG, but they still have the ability to hit back.
Well, these Arsenal fans have been brilliant. Just listen to them. Surely this will inspire the players to hold on here. What a noise.
Teammates available. Oh, good save. Time really is of the essence. What can they do from this situation? Well, off target in the end, and that'll be a goal kick.
Well, I think the defender just about did enough there, but that was a chance.
Trossard. Good work from PSG to win it back. Fabian. Minge. Fabian. Saka. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
So a throw-in for PSG. Down by a goal. This could be their final opportunity to snatch something. Couldn't get it through. So full time it is.
speaks for itself in so many ways. Two terrific teams prepared to give it everything in their quest for glory. It's the kind of match you cannot afford to take your eyes off, even for a minute. The full match is coming up next on EA TV.
Hello and welcome to the Basque Country. We're in Bilbao at the Estadio San Mamés. My name's Guy Mowbray and alongside me is Sue Smith for commentary. And we've got action from La Liga EA Sports on the way. It's Athletic Bilbao and they take on Real Madrid.
Thanks, Guy. Well, both managers will be reminding the players that it's important to get off to a quick start, really attack the opposition and put them on the back foot from the off. Hopefully we'll get a good game.
Here's the Athletic Bilbao team sheet.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker, but you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vázquez as fullbacks. Jude Bellingham plays alongside Aurélien Tchouameni in midfield. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappé. And that's pretty straightforward for the keeper. De Galarreta. Williams. Sanchez. Nice possession. Federico Valverde. Mendy. Looking to put the cross in. And he'll have a go here. Oh, yes! Strike as you'll ever see. What a goal! Luis de Galarreta. Williams. De Marcos. Nico Williams. Peshiche. That one's been blocked. Williams. Jude Bellingham. Rodrigo. On to Bellingham. Rodrigo. Vázquez. A little sloppy on the ball there. Williams. Sanchez. De Marcos. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Federico Valverde.
Llamada para los tíos de Jorge Campiño. Nuestro sobrino os está esperando en recepción.
Yuri Peshiche. Williams. Real have it back now. Aurélien Tchouameni. Mendy. Gets past really nicely. Bellingham. Rodrigo. De Marcos. Williams. Mendy. Could be something happening for them now. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. Taking this on, and the keeper more than equal to it. Here it comes. Rodrigo. On to Bellingham. Vinicius Junior, and it doesn't get far. Yuri Bešice. But not clear. Decent looking attack this. Have a go here. Oh, what a really good save that was. Over it comes. And it's held with a real sense of relief.
Yeah, he gathers it well at the second attempt, but what a save initially. It's a superb stop.
Rodrigo. Valverde. Mendy. And with that, the first... So the second half begins with Real Madrid looking to build on all the good that they did in the first 45 minutes. Rodrigo. On to Valverde. Vinicius Junior. On to Bellingham. Lucas Vasquez. Now Tchouaméni. Vinicius Junior. Di Marcos. Williams. Sanchez. Oh, a great chance. And there's the equaliser. It's all square again. Mendy. On to Bellingham. Federico Valverde. Now Bellingham. Oh, yes, all the practice pays off. There's a nice passing rhythm to the play. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Well, that looked goal-bound at first, but it's ended up in the crowd. Yuri Bešice. Real Madrid regaining possession. Mbappe. Valverde. A body in the way. Di Marcos. Williams. They're getting into a good position, but able to deal with the danger decisively. Well defended. Federico Valverde. Valverde. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. De Marcos. Making decent progress here. Bashiche to take the lead. And there's the goal to put them in front. And away we go again at 2-1. Bellingham. Genuine promise developing. Forcing the issue, moving the ball nicely. Could be a chance! It's hit the bar. And the defence tidies up nicely. Well, Real trailing, but what can they do with this corner? It's away, but it's not finished yet. Vasquez. Bellingham. Valverde. In it goes. Level once again. What a game this is turning out to be. Vivian. Yuri Bashiche. Luis de Galarreta. Williams. De Galarreta. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. Federico Valverde. Valverde. Tchouaméni. And he's got behind it. Well, he really wound that up, but he was very close to scoring.
He's so unlucky not to score. I didn't think he'd shoot from there, but nearly got his reward.
Williams. Have a go here, but well watched by the goalkeeper and not one for the highlights. Rodrigo. Bellingham. And unable to retain possession. De Marcos. That could be a chance to win the game here. And the cross comes in. That's not properly away yet. It's all over as the...
ready for battle, ready to bring their skills to the pitch. And to the many keen observers, there is no alternative but to meet. Hello to you wherever you are. A warm welcome to one of the great football cities, Madrid, and a fine football venue, the Metropolitano. I'm Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Robson. An action coming up from the Spanish top division, La Liga. It's Atletico Madrid, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
And passing it well. Still possibilities. Just needs to get it out of there. Luis de Galarreta. A meaty but fair challenge, and it will be a throw-in. Luis de Galarreta. Sunset. Williams. And putting his body on the line. And delivered into the box. Oh, and he didn't miss by very much.
Yeah, he adjusted his body so well there. It's a great piece of skill, and it probably deserved a goal.
Well, you never quite know who's going to emerge from the shadows and become a match winner, but this man might be a decent shout. What are you expecting to see from him, Stuart? Can they stop it going in? And held by the keeper at the second time of asking.
Well, he's just pulled off a great first save there. Now they can all calm down.
Luis de Galarreta. De Marcos. Still passing it around with authority. And good use of advantage. Can he put them in front? But it was a wonderful chance. But the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
And given away by Atletico. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Williams. Can he find the right pass? Sunset. Now, who can he pick out? And kept out by Jimenez. And a long way out. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. De Paul. Samuel Lino. Now what can they do from here? And the danger is averted. Yuri Bertice. Nico Williams. Showing patience as well as persistence in the build-up. In position to give them the lead, maybe. And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Longley. In a decent position now. Javi Galan. Lino. Rodrigo de Paul. And he's hit it with authority! Well, it took a deflection. That'll be a corner.
Well, these fans have had to be patient. Could this be the equaliser?
And possibilities here. A routine save. Sunset. And very deftly cut out. Well, this could really help the cause. What a genuine opportunity, but it was squandered. Goal kick. Sunset. Dangerous looking attack. Oh, that's a fine save. And over comes the corner. Now the pressure from his opponent was telling. So almost at half-time, and they are making good use of home advantage. Still a bit of work to do, though. Stuart, your thoughts on what you've seen?
Well, I think they're fortunate to be ahead. They've certainly had to do a lot of defending, but if they can keep their concentration, it's a good lead to take into the break.
Oh, great vision. And good work from Atletico to win the ball back. Acres of space out wide for Atletico. Clearance needed to be better. Well, they can keep possession of it now. A long way out. And so it is. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Dani Vivian. De Marcos. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. De Marcos with it. Williams. That's a good-looking shot. Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. And Athletic did well to win back possession. And defensive play to be applauded. Fed forwards. Alvarez. Can they cover up? Well, able to survive that attacking push.
Well, you do sense that Atletico will get the equaliser at some point, but at the moment they are still trailing, and that's due mainly to that brilliant stop by the goalkeeper.
Well, plenty to like about the first half performance of Iñaki Williams. What did you make of his contribution?
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Superb block. Rodrigo de Paul. Alvarez. We're certainly making attacking inroads, Atletico Madrid. But what can they do from this position? I'll tell you what, it wasn't a million miles away from the equaliser.
Well, it was a decent chance, but they're still behind here. They needed to take that one.
Nico Williams. Atletico recovering possession well. Nice looking move, this. Can he take the chance? And a corner as Atletico try to change the course of events. Well, not the best clearance. Excellent defending. Ruiz de Galarreta. De Marcos with it. Just the challenge that was required. De Paul. He'll try his luck here. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Short corner taken. Griezmann. And crossed in the direction of the back post. Not in fact a good but straightforward claim by the keeper. Sunset. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. I must say this looks promising. Sunset. Very quick thinking there.
Well, it's going to be a great finish here. These Atletico fans are ramping up the noise now. They're surely going to get another chance before the end.
Well, they continue their push for the equaliser, but definitely not forcing it. No-nonsense clearance. Williams. Williams! Able to get a body in the way. Atletico Madrid know they're not going to get too many more chances. Time is a factor. That could cost them at this late stage.
Well, that should have been the equaliser. I'm not sure they'll get another chance now.
Ruiz de Galarreta. Nico Williams. Now, let's see what they can do here. But timely defending when it mattered. Sunset. It's with Williams. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. What can he do with it now? And he takes it on! Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation.
Well, frustration on the Atleti bench. That looked like being the equaliser, but time's against them now.
Griezmann. Late in the game here, and they know what they've got to do. Body on the line. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Ruiz de Galarreta. So the referee brings this match. Always a great privilege to be in the Spanish capital, and this is one of the biggest... It is the Merengues against the Colchoneros here at the Bernabeu. That's Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid. And the sparks usually fly when these two lock horns. I'm Derek Ray, and with me for commentary is Stuart Robson. Stuart, this should be fascinating.
Well, Derek, these are usually great tactical battles, no matter who's been in charge of the teams. And this will be no different. I've got to say, this should be a good game today.
And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy starts with Lucas Vazquez in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Aurélien Tchouameni in the centre of midfield. And the main threat in attack today should be Kylian Mbappe. This is the starting lineup for Atletico. Jan Oblak is the preferred keeper. Jose Maria Jimenez plays alongside Clément Lenglet in central defence. And up front, Antoine Griezmann starts alongside Julian Alvarez. Played in by Griezmann. And a goal! The first in this derby, and it falls for Atletico. And that has silenced the majority in here. Griezmann. Oh, good vision there. Good pass. And the keeper there to make sure nothing untoward happened. Rodrigo. On the ball, Rudiger. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Chance to play it in. Oh, he's gone for goal! And a decent save. Full credit. Delivering it. Oh, that's not a good clearance. Griezmann. Released it nicely. Fine block. Valverde. They've given it away. Marcos Llorente. Fruitful looking attack. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Kylian Mbappe. And really discomfited by the press. And it has gone a-begging. Good heavens.
Well, that should have been the equaliser. A golden opportunity wasted there.
Griezmann. Well, that one has promise. Failure to keep the ball by Atletico. Lucas Vazquez. Federico Valverde. So plenty of forward momentum from Real Madrid here. Griezmann. Javi Galán. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Nicely timed tackle. Real might threaten on the flank. Opportunity, maybe. Well, the keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. Alvarez. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Samuel Lino. Here's Alvarez. That's a good ball. He succeeds in clearing it. Mbappe. On to Valverde. Picked out by Jimenez. Rodrigo de Paul. Here's Alvarez. And back with Griezmann. Has eyes for goal! And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Atletico leading, and now a corner. Griezmann, and a useful cross. And the danger's still on. Well, they can keep possession of it now. Rodrigo. Lucas Vasquez. And now Rodrigo. Able to get a body in the way. Corner for Real. Can they use it productively?
Well, just listen to the fans. They know this is a big chance here.
Lino. Here's Alvarez. And nicely cut out. Rodrigo. Vasquez. Still trailing, but they're upping the pressure. Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass, finally. Vinicius Junior. Aurelien Tchouameni. Trying his luck. Oh, he's blocked it! Who can they pick out? Tremendously strong in the tackle. And there it is. Back in business then. A lot to like about Atletico's first half performance, but still plenty of work ahead of them. Lino. Marcos Llorente has it. Griezmann. Now Jimenez. Good situation for Griezmann. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Valverde. What can Real do from this position? Federico Valverde. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Alvarez. Good effort here. Goodness gracious me! How about that for technique? You can't strike them much better than that. Mendy is with Vinicius Junior. Federico Valverde. Rodrigo. Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Atletico showing good width. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Vinicius Junior. Oh, good vision there. Well, still an issue here. Real find themselves in a position of menace. Oh, nice ball over the top. Oh, strong hand on the ball. Javi Galan. Now, options are plenty. Well, disappointing end to the move. Might be a chance to break. Can he do it? Unable to get a body in the way. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. And Bellingham. Very quick thinking there. Federico Valverde. Determined defending. Real Madrid have been awarded the free kick. Fantastic effort, especially from that sort of range.
Well, it really is a good effort. He's got such good technique. That was a great strike.
Oh, nice ball. And defensive play to be applauded. Good distribution. Untidy little passage in midfield there. Incisive pass from Mbappe. Now, will they do it from here? Oh, blocked it! A very good tackle. He has teammates around him. Vinicius. Tchouaméni. Just the challenge that was required. Rodrigo. And Atletico have the ball again. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. Well, let's see about the cross. Gives it a go. That is how to keep it out of the net. Vinicius Junior. Mendy. Alvarez. Just cutting off the supply. Mbappe. And Bellingham. Well, there's a living, breathing example of positional sense. There will be 1 minute added on at the end. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. And that is the final. stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. Two top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special on the pitch. Hello and welcome to one of the most recognisable venues in world football, the Estadio Santiago Bernabeu here in Madrid. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary position is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And the focus is on one of the finest leagues in world football, La Liga. It's Real Madrid, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Lucas Vázquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And lining up through the middle in attack today is Kylian Mbappe. Teammates available. Mendy. Mendy. Vinicius Junior. It was a menacing attack, but tidied up. Well, let's run the rule over the Athletic Bilbao starting lineup. Unai Simon plays in goal. De Marcos plays with Yuri Berchiche in the fullback positions. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Got in the way of it. Yuri Berchiche. Sunset takes on the shot. Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. Rodrigo. Mbappe. Good work from Athletic Club to win it back. Yuri Berchiche. And they continue to advance, and a lot of options here. Can't miss, surely. He's blocked it. Over it comes. And the danger is still there. And I think the threat has been averted. Mendy. Federico Valverde. He read the situation defensively and did his job. A bit of an unforced error, and it's going to be a throw. Vinicius Junior. And Bellingham. Nico Williams. And take it away. He'll try his luck here. Oh, he's only gone and found the net. What purity of hit. Caught it absolutely perfectly. Lucas Vázquez. Athletic Club regaining possession. Ruiz de Galarreta. Not forcing the issue. Great composure. Chance to cross. Long way out. Well, the goalkeeper's life wasn't made quite as difficult as might have been the case. Rodrigo. Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe. Well read to put an end to that attack. De Marcos. Can he find the right pass? De Marcos. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Not high quality defending. Vinicius. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Yuri Berchiche. Well, good run and good ball control. And teammates to play it to. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Really inventive stuff from Real here. And let's give credit to the defending. Rodrigo. Chouameni. Rodrigo. And still just enough defensively. Corner to Real as they try to press home their advantage. Not on the target. Space was at a premium though. And so it is, the first half story. Second half excitement to come, we hope, here at the Bernabeu. Dani Vivian. Berchiche with it. De Marcos. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. And support available. And he takes it on! Oh, and it goes! Sensational strike! And now he deserves to celebrate! Jude Bellingham. Attacking possibilities for Real. Well, can they open up the defence here? Valverde. Could play it in. Well, a really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Madrid unable to hang on to the ball. Valverde. Determined block. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Options in the middle. Valverde. And on to Bellingham. Valverde. Can they nudge in front? Stopped a surefire goal. Williams. That's a lovely ball. Wasteful from Athletic. Vinicius Junior. And Real's creative tendencies coming to the fore. Rüdiger. On the ball, Rüdiger. Able to skip past his man. Mbappe. Must take the lead here. Oh, he's been denied. And they remain locked together.
Well, that's a good save, but really he should have scored from there. That's a big chance.
Cleared away comprehensively. Rodrigo. Opportunity here. And it's in! They're back in front. Stunning scenes here. Vivian. It's with Williams. Marcos. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. A long way from the perfect pass. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Aurelien Tchouameni. Patient enough build-up. Can they carve out a chance? Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. Well, making considerable progress with the ball. Valverde. And nicely parried away. Dangerous ball. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. De Marcos. Giving it their all, in search of an equaliser. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Jude Bellingham. Valverde. Tchouameni. Mendy has it. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Oh, great piece of individual skill. Aurelien Tchouameni. Just the challenge that was required. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. And that will be all for this game.
Two teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
Hello and welcome to the Basque Country. We're in Bilbao at the Estadio San Mamés. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary alongside Sue Smith. And we've got action from La Liga EA Sports on the way. It's Athletic Bilbao facing Atletico Madrid.
Cheers, Guy. I think it's so important that both teams start on the front foot, take the game to the opposition, and an early goal would certainly settle any nerves.
Here's how Atletico Madrid line up. Jan Oblak is in goal. Jose Maria Jimenez starts alongside Clement Longley as the centre-backs. And in attack, Antoine Griezmann plays alongside Julian Alvarez. It's on for the shot! Well, really confident to take the shot on from there. It wasn't that far away.
Well, he's had a look where the keeper was. There's no pressure on the ball and thought, why not? I'll have a go. That was close.
Rodrigo de Paul. Goes for goal! Plays it into the area now. And he's got that one away. De Marcos. Well, he's a player that many have been talking about. Will we be talking about him for the right reasons today, though?
Well, he's an all-round quality player, but his ability from set pieces just gives him another edge. When the free kick is in and around the edge of the box, there's no one going to stop him taking it.
Using the space on the opposite flank. This looks promising from Atletico. And that's where it ends. Williams. Could be a chance. Some good work to win it there. De Galarreta. He'll take this on. Williams. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. Oh, that's frustrating as the first defender is hit. Griezmann. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Williams. Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. Chance. And that was a wonderful chance.
It was. He's got to do better there. They should be 1-0 up.
Now this might be promising. Griezmann. Good work from Atletico to win back possession. One of those why not moments, and we've just seen why not.
Well, I'm not sure why he's gone for goal there, Guy. It's the wrong option. No accuracy on that whatsoever.
Williams. De Galarreta. He's done well to get past his marker, but they won't be going any further. Nicely won. Marcos Llorente. Griezmann. And that one goes out and away. De Paul. Still all square. Can they make this pressure count? That's well watched and blocked. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Williams. Williams. And it's a good diving save, although one you'd expect to be made. So a corner now. One good ball in might be all it takes for the lead.
Well, the crowds are up for this. They haven't had too much to cheer about for a while, but this is a big chance.
Only half the job done there. Looked like something building there, but no longer. Marcos Llorente. Julian Alvarez. This is a lovely spell of possession. He's hit that well! And that was hit from some distance and didn't miss by a great deal.
Didn't. He's certainly full of confidence, and to attempt the shot from there, that was close.
And Atletico regaining possession. Griezmann. To put them ahead. And against the post. And there's the first goal of the match. Deadlock broken. Luis de Galarreta. And that's going to be all for the first half here in... As the second half starts, it's advantage Atletico, but this is far from over yet. Samuel Lino. Now long left. Marcos Llorente. Bit sloppy in possession. De Marcos. Luis de Galarreta. A chance to get something going here. Oh, it was a pretty good effort.
Oh, I thought that was going to be the equaliser there. It wasn't far away. Not a bad attempt, that guy.
Williams. The ball back with Atletico now. Good ball in behind. Corner now then, and a good chance to go further ahead. And the corner dealt with. Having a try. Oh, that's not properly away. And it's held with a real sense of relief.
Yeah, he gathers it well at the second attempt, but what a save initially. It's a superb stop.
He's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, I'm sure the manager will be delighted with him. He'll have drilled that into them, you know. Keep focused and keep playing through to the whistle. And it's certainly put them in a good position to go on and win this now.
Possession given away. Firm in the tackle, it'll be a throw. Fantastic looking ball. Sanchez. Now there could be a chance to counter. Williams. Now a sense that something could happen from this. Is this the equaliser? And it's there! A goal that draws them back on level terms. Lemon Longley. Gala. Onto De Paul. Marcos Llorente. Good work to regain possession. De Galarreta. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. Well, spoke too soon. Good recovery to win back possession. Griezmann. Atletico moving the ball forward with purpose. Oh, what a save that is! Stretching everything to keep it out. To the box it goes. Well, that's how to clear it. Good cross into the middle. And away it goes. Can he finish? And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. Now, what can they do from here? And that has been adjudged to be offside. Vivian. Yuri Bashice. Not forcing the issue, moving the ball nicely. And he'll take this on. Well, it looked promising, but it hasn't proved to be much of a test. Oh, that's been won really smartly.
Well, just listen to the fans. They're certainly trying their best to push them on to get a winner. I'm sure there's going to be one more chance. It's just whether they can take it.
Oh, a great chance. That's gone out of play. Throw in to come. To Galarreta. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. There could be a chance to win the game here. Options available in the middle. Rodrigo de Paul. Julian Alvarez. And that's a corner. It could be decisive. Delivered into the box. Well, he got the header in, but it's just gone over.
Yeah, he'll be gutted that he didn't score here. It's a good delivery, sharp movement in the box, but can't find the back of the net.
He wasn't given anywhere else to go there. A really good interception to take the ball. Antoine Griezmann. He's hit that well. Oh, it's still in there. It's quickly stopped.
You can see the chemistry that this back line have. It's a huge stop and they know it.
Trying his luck. Oh, wow! That is an astonishing goal. Well, that brings the match to a close. A frustrating day for the...
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
Welcome to the fantastic home of Atletico Madrid on Derby Day in the Spanish capital. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined by Sue Smith, and we're surely the only ones here who are neutral. Today, you're either Atleti or you're Real.
You're right, and the fans are certainly up for this one, aren't they? The noise is absolutely deafening in here. Real Madrid have certainly been the most successful over the years in the derby, but I'm sure that Atletico will be looking for a positive performance here.
Here's how Atletico Madrid line up. Jan Oblak is in goal. Clement Longley starts alongside Jose Maria Jimenez in central defence. And in attack, Antoine Griezmann plays alongside Julian Alvarez. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham plays alongside Aurelien Tchouameni in midfield. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. The effort shut out. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. What can they do from here? Defender's got to be careful here. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Jude Bellingham. And Atletico come away with the ball. Lino. Griezmann now. Galán. And the goalkeeper gathers the ball in easily. Real moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? And the promise of something happening is over. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. Rodrigo. Rodrigo de Paul. Well, that's how to deal with it. Nicely gathered. Kylian Mbappe. On to Valverde. Mbappe. Rodrigo. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. And the corner is fired in. And he's got his head to it, but not the right part of the head, it seems. It's a bad miss. Galán. Rodrigo de Paul. Griezmann now. Griezmann. Good cross into the middle. And he's got that one away. Aurelien Tchouameni. Good spell. Looking for that all-important next goal. Vinicius Junior. Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. And that's been overdone. It's gone out of play. Mbappe. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Ball taken away from them. Rodrigo de Paul. They're not getting close enough here. And away it goes. Nothing doing from that one. Valverde. Mbappe. On to Valverde. Able to skip past. More good football from them here. A chance to move clear, maybe. Back now. So Atletico are trailing, Sue. It's not where they want to be approaching the break. That's where they find themselves.
Well, there's not much in it for me, Guy. I think the manager will be happy to get them in at half-time, only down 1, and just readjust a few things. Maybe make some tweaks tactically.
Now, a chance. In it goes. Level once again. What a game this is turning out to be. Lucas Vazquez. Valverde. Now Tchouaméni. Federico Valverde. On to Rudiger. Jude Bellingham. Good passing, not looking to force it just yet. Valverde. Now Tchouaméni. There's the whistle. And the game restarts with the sides level. Marcos Llorente. Griezmann now. This could be dangerous. Rodrigo de Paul. It's a lovely looking ball in. A chance now. Yalan. That's crossed the line. It'll be a throw. Really good pass. And possession given away. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Chance to cross here. Well, the effort never really looked like troubling the goalkeeper at all. Poor attempt in the end. Valverde. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Oh, that was a decent position, but he went to whack it rather than place it, and has narrowly missed. Well, he's made his mark on the game, proving particularly hard to play against. He's causing problems.
Well, he kept playing until the whistle, and there's no finer time to score. He'll just be hoping that he can carry that momentum on into the second half.
Real pushing forward with options available. Rodrigo. Marcos Llorente. Now Tchouaméni. Mbappe. Struggling to keep the ball there. Julian Alvarez. Oh, against the post. Well, a bit of a disappointing end to the attack.
Oh, that wasn't far away, was it? They do well to create the chance. They just couldn't quite finish it off there.
A really open flow to this game now. End-to-end stuff. Vazquez. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Julian Alvarez. Real Madrid regaining possession. Vinicius Junior. On to Valverde. Kylian Mbappe. Well, there's the flag. Offside. Griezmann. Rodrigo. Vasquez. Great chance here. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. Federico Valverde. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack.
You can see the chemistry that this back line have. It's a huge stop and they know it.
Oh, chance here. The assistant spotted a touch there, throw in. Now it needs a good ball in. And the defence ready for what was coming. Gala. Rodrigo de Paul. Atletico pushing forward with options available, but not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Mendy. Having a try. That's how to deal with it. Nicely gathered.
Well, it's so noisy in here and the fans are really pushing the side on. They know there's still time for one last chance to get the winner.
Wide open in the middle. And that's a fine save, and it's still level.
Oh, that's such an important save at a vital time, and if they get a result here, they'll have the keeper to thank.
Played over to the back post. There's a keeper in command of his area with a clean catch. Vinicius Junior. Now Tchouaméni. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Chops inside now. Oh, a poor cross in the end, unable to beat the first man. It's on for the shot! Well, in the end, it didn't give the keeper much trouble at all. Tchouaméni. Jude Bellingham. Real Madrid trying to get things moving. That's not a bad-looking ball. Oh, given away. That's a real loss of focus. Goes for goal! Oh, what a really good save that was. And that's a corner, and it could provide the winning moment. Well, comfortably off target in the end. That'll be a goal kick.
Yeah, I think you have to credit the defending there. Just enough pressure to put him off at that vital moment.
And there goes the final...